Good morning, good morning, good morning. Bounced at our 4808 again. Back to VWAPs here. So if you bought that following the plan from yesterday, you want to be kind of risking off here as your first little take profit. We need to get over 15 to 17 before we can really see any more upside, or we'll continue to oscillate here. You've got FEG fill at 15, and we have a pivot that I've marked out at 17. You can see it here. Let me just change this to green to better represent our... Change this to blue now that we're through it.
Crypto space, a Bitcoin at the highest since December 9th now. It's last up around 4% at 43,961.
So yeah, we just wanted to see buyers hold at 808. You want to see a push over 10s. Our first little pivot is this 12. As you can see, it's been a decent auction pivot. Next one is at 17 and then 20. With supply from 20 to 2250. I have this kind of marked out. Supply. And then our target is 28 still. But we got to get over 17. Until then, we just look to see if this 808 can hold. On the smaller time frames, but with Patty on, you can see we're just at VWAPs and we're at our FEG fills across the board. So we need to see the Russell get back over this 46.1. That's the top of your FEG here. You've got top of your FEG at this 15 on ES, and we just filled it on NQ. So just be watching that 710 pivot on NQ as we push into it. As we fill these FEGs, test the highs now on the Russell and on ES. Okay. There are my thoughts. Here's your 17 test. Need to see a look above and hold. All I did was buy 4808 on NQ this morning, basically, off of the ES low. And then I just closed. And we'll see what happens if we can get over this auction pivot, but yeah. What's up, Ty? Imagine following a plan. Crazy. Starting to see some weakness in the Russell. I need to clean up this chart. But we rejected where we thought we would at the top of that FEG. Just mark that out. They'll function, you just won't have the update. You can always leave on old indicators and they won't update code, because it's hashed on your side. So if you don't like the update for some reason, you don't have to use it. Just don't take it off your chart and put it back on. Sorry, can I stay on the ones we had, right? What does that mean? Just don't take them off your chart and you're good. They won't update. Only way indicators update on TradingView is if you delete them off of all of your layouts and then add them again. Or they will continue to be the same version. Their updating system is horrendous. It's the best way I can put it. Yeah, I mean, it'll work as well as it was working, right? What don't you want to update? Stacked, the only thing that changed, shit, what changed in stacked? I think the colors, the default colors, and that's it, in stacked. And levels, I think, actually had some good updates with load times. I can't remember. Addy, I don't think has been updated yet. Basically, all of the... I'm pretty sure that Sam, our coder, is just getting all of our indicators into a similar theme, color-wise. And just cleaning up code so that everything runs a bit more efficiently for mobile users and for users with, like, worse computers. I don't know how to put it. Right, we're just like trying to optimize everything so that things load a bit better. So there's like a lot of code cleanup that's happening right now. There should be an update log to see what changed, but none of like the fundamentals will ever change on indicators.
Revisions to the oil price cap compliance regime.
So you're starting to see some VWAP statements. Jesus,
it does note that changes aim to further complicate efforts by Russian exporters to circumvent oil price caps.
Let this guy talk. Okay. Russell's starting to lag here. We're seeing acceptance under VWAP and lower highs.
Now to 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, where we do get some US data with the US Conference Board's consumer confidence. Forecast 104.5 on the prior 102, with a range of 111.6 to 100. Also get the US existing home sales, forecast at 3.78 million.
Can you guys not hear the news button?
3.79 million, with a range of 3.9 to 3.65 million expected. US existing home sales change is forecast at minus 0.4% from the prior minus 4.1%.
You can hear it on YouTube because I have it on.
We also see the release of their consumer confidence December flash read, forecast at minus 16.3 on the prior minus 16.
No, but the news spot is on my end, not in Discord.
Minus 16 to minus 16.6.
So you guys can hear it if you're watching on YouTube, but if I stop talking randomly, you're like, what the hell is this guy doing? Because you guys can't hear the news in stream on Discord. Okay, so we're starting to see a bit of divergence with the Russell lagging down below VWAP and now Globex low. So just watch that as we come up into these pivots and try to find acceptance on ES right at the 17 and NQ into this 25 to 18 area, right, where opening range high is. If the Russell starts to break these, like we really start to acknowledge, let me just draw this out, right? If we start to fail to push over this node again and really look for that push down into these pivots, we can do full oscillations back down, right? Like that's the issue here. We need to see buyers hold the higher low ideally here on the Russell and push us back over VWAP. We have news coming out in 10 minutes. So just keep that in mind. But you don't like to see this weakness kind of start to push in on RTY as we push into pivot highs. Not a big fan of that. Don't really expect much until news drops though, but it could be a leading sign if we can't get back over VWAP. I'm fully out of my positions into this pivot. Again, for the 17 pivot on ES, this is what we're looking at. Like, it's just a very clear shift. Sellers to buyers, back down to seller acceptance, and now we're there again, right? So we need to see a push through this and acceptance over it for a move back up into these highs. Or we will just build like we did last time right here, right on this push down. Similar thing. So need to see this basically red now be supportive on a retest if we reject, right? So that would look like something like this. And then you're looking for a pop here. Or just a push above. I don't really care, either or. But always understand like where your pullback is going to be and where you need to see a push and look above. And then we have two scenarios to play out, right? So our levels on SPY and QQQ that you guys made me do yesterday, still holding. Our buyer pullback level still is where we were expecting buyers to be. We are now looking to build on SPY in this 408.86 to 94 area. This is now where you want to see buying defense, basically. You want these sellers to now be off sides, and you want to see a shift in value where these sellers who are holding price down are now out of the way, and this is now buyer value, top of our range, right? So we really want to see this green now hold on SPY. I don't really have upside targets for this area.
Conference Board's consumer confidence read for December. Forecast 104.5 on the prior 102, with a range of 111.6 to 100. Also get the US existing home sales, forecast 3.78 million.
For SPY, we have 475.58 for QQQ. I don't have upside, I'm sorry. Let me look and see if I can find anything.
We get the consumer confidence flash as well, forecast at -16.3 on the prior -16.9. Range of -16 to -16.6.
So you're gonna have to do like a fib extension or just play momentum, because I don't have anything to reference. And I'm not just gonna make shit up. But we do have this supply above us on SPY. This 475.58, 295s, and then our all-time highs, I think, are about this, if I remember correctly. Regardless, we already marked out those levels yesterday. So we're just looking to see if a flag can form here. Right? Just basic stuff. Acceptance up at the highs. Same idea as before with ES, where we're looking to see basically, are these sellers, is this seller area where we saw price reject multiple times and stay offer, can it now stay bid on a push above and hold?
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the US Conference Board's consumer confidence. Ten seconds.
Okay, news coming out in a second.
110 spot 7. 110 spot 7. That's higher than forecast. 104 spot 5. Existing homes.
We are at
3
pivots
spot 82 million,
as this
3
news
spot 82
comes
million,
out.
Higher than forecast. 3 spot 78 million. With the change at 0.8%. 0.8%. Higher than forecast. Minus 0.4%. So look into the market, some strength in the S&P 500 and in the dollar as well following that. Again, USCB consumer confidence coming out higher than expected at 110 spot 7 from 104 spot 5. And keep in mind we have not seen the release of the Eurozone consumer confidence read.
See if this look above fails, or if we're able to build a higher low here above 25s. Need to see acceptance above 25s on NQ.
The US November national
20
median home sale
over
price
20
for existing
on,
homes. That's
yes.
plus 4% at around $387,600. Eurozone consumer confidence flash out now as well. Minus 15 spot 1, minus 15 spot 1, higher than forecast, minus 16 spot 3.
I had to guess that we will get a rejection in here and you'll get a pullback before a push out, just because this is supply, right? So just be careful if you're looking for longs. I would be risking off into our first test of supply until we get a push above and show that this is no longer seller offer, or at least move stops up just in case we get some sort of aggressive push down. Same thing goes for NQ as we come up into 35s. I think that 30 to 35 area is where your supply is until we push above, and then we can go for 46. So just look to see if sellers are willing to defend that 30 to 35 area on NQ, and that supply above into 22 to 20 on ES.
We have posted out the USCB consumer confidence December report on the feed for those interested.
Okay, let's see how we react into this test of our selling supply here at this PLC. Push above, looking on this like 2250 as our target, where our POC was on this push above from Globex, and then the failed attempt to hold over
We have
20s
also posted out the
and
Eurozone
rejection.
consumer confidence
So you
December
need to
prelim
see
report on the feed.
this kind of becomes supportive and a push off of it, or this is going to reject, in my opinion, pretty harshly. And we have the Russell coming up into Globex high test, which is usually a decent pivot here.
So the Nasdaq turning positive here, last up around 0.2%.
Just need to wait. Need to see if the Russell rejects here into Globex high and ES into that ETH high as well. At the 24.25 to 22.50. So far, just a slow drift up. Starting to see a bit of divergence with NQ into that supply, but need to see a look below 30s, and then for that to basically hold on the reoffer, like basically sellers to defend that from a look below, or any sort of short to really play out. Other than that, you just have higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, right? Without really an aggressive seller into what we are considering supply. So, not really a person to play with even at this edge high as of yet. I need to see someone step in and show their hand a bit more aggressively. I'd hope to see that happen on this look below 30s on NQ here, and then retest back in on any sort of bounce. You'd be expecting a bounce here at this 25-ish area, and then a push back into 30.32, and then a strong seller to kind of push price down. But we need someone to show their hand up at these highs. So here's your reoffer, if it's going to do it. This is where I'd be looking. See if this node is now resistance. Yeah, do you see what I mean? Like, there's just really no one to play with here. That's where you would have wanted to have seen it. Now you're just getting a bit above. Not very actionable. Because without that strong lower high, you have the potential for this just to be a flag. And then you can just get chopped the hell up trying to be on the short side. My general thought is that we're going to have to pull back to fix this structure, but we haven't seen sellers show enough of a interest in that as of yet. But like my general thought process would be that we would need to do something like this first, and then we could go for this target. But until I see that look below this 2025 and then reoffer, we kind of have to just assume that price is willing to hold between in this like 2 point range. I need to see this test into this to really confirm. If we don't get it, then we're looking for a look above this 2250 here, and then for this POC to hold on retest, right, the high of this seller here. I want to see that then become supportive for a push up. So I really don't have a trade where we're currently sitting. It's either on the look below here, right, into weakness off of these buyers. I want to see this then become a seller on a push down, or I want to see these sellers up here become buyers. That's it. Let's see if this is now our reoffer, and this will hold. This is that 32 to 30 area where I wanted to see sellers really aggressively try to defend this. Again, like if we don't see this, then you have the potential where this just flags out if we don't get like an aggressive hold here from sell side at this 30-32. Because then it just turns into a flag, and then we pop back over, and then it just traps everyone that was trying to short there. Morning, Tom. We have the Russell holding Globex high, and we have ADR above. So just need, again, to see if we can find acceptance up here or whatnot before we get any moves. Yeah, stacked is very good on the Russell. I mean, my trade evade stuff's fine, but I'm not on Top Step, so I think it's probably a Top Step issue. Are they saying anything on their live? Yeah, I don't think there's a long up here. This is where you're taking profit into Globex highs. The pullback long, I mean, the long was at 808 to 810, like it has been for the last day and a half. Now you are taking profit into Globex highs here, 48.24s and this 46 on NQ, right? The plan hasn't changed. You go and look into intraday ideas. I've been talking about that 408 to 810 over and over again. So, if, like, yeah, and it is what it is.
So looking now to the fear and greed index, 78 out of 100, indicating extreme greed. With the crypto fear and greed index, 74 out of 100, indicating greed. Just keeping an eye on the VIX as well. It's paired gains from earlier in the session. It's currently trading at around 12.41.
To me, this is where you're expecting. See, it's a first of all, it's a slower market, and it's a market that's drifting upwards. We haven't seen a seller step in who's been aggressive to push us back into an area to like fix structure as of yet. We're just slowly drifting up. And so you can just play off of higher lows, Cass. But like with where we are, I'd want to see a much larger pullback to get into a position, just because of like where we are currently. Like I'd love to see a retest of at least 17s as your like shortest pullback for ES. But ideally we would get a pullback back down to like 12 ES. I'm really only looking for shorts. Because I already took the long from 808 on ES. So I've already taken profit on that now that we're into highs. And now I'm just looking for pullback buys. So you don't have to look for a short, but you can wait for price to come down to that level and then look for a long. We just haven't seen an aggressive seller that wants to push the price down, right? We're just channeling up. And so either you're looking to short at an edge or you're waiting for a pullback long from us, like a pullback, right?
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the weekly release of the EIA inventories data. Crude oil inventories forecast sees a draw of 2.3 million on the prior draw of 4.259 million. The range sees draws of 1 million to 4.329 million expected. For the gasoline inventories, forecast sees a build of 1.35 million on the prior build of 0.408 million. The distillate inventories forecast sees a build as well at 0.691 million on the prior build of 1.494 million. Inventories of crude in Cushing saw a prior build of 1.228 million. Keeping in mind the API stock change numbers that we did see released last night as well. API crude oil stock change came in at a build of 0.939 million on the expected draw of 2.233 million.
You see what I mean? Like, there hasn't been an opportunity as of yet. Like, that there's nothing. We need to see a seller first before you can just short a random level at the highs. You have nothing to play off of structurally above us. So what's your stop? Like, what are you doing? Or the level you care about is this 36, basically. Just look at where your POC is. We have a POC shift from this level down, and now it's here again. So this level is of importance. We have a node that's building out here. Yeah? And then below this node, we have another one. That's right here. So you're looking for a pullback into this area, acceptance on this node for a push out, or acceptance underneath this node for a push down, which is why we were looking at that 3032 as our rejection point, because if you look at it structurally, that would be the low of this node would be rejecting, and then we'd be looking for that to stay offer for a push down and a shift of value down to this node below us. And then we'd be able to look for a bounce here. You see? If I draw it out like that, does that make more sense? Right, so like until we see someone who's willing to try to sell the highs and then push us below either a double bottom and create, right, like we don't want to see just a short pullback into support, right, like where buyers are. We want to see a push and a break below where buyers are trying at this higher, how do I say this? Right now we're channeling up, right, channel. We need to see a break of this buyer at this high and a push
at the bottom of the hour,
so that we can travel back to this high.
Inventories data. Crude oil inventories forecast -2.3 million on the prior -4.259 million, with a range of -1 million to -4.329 million.
If all we do is come back down to retest this buyer and immediately bounce, then that was just a pullback buy. We didn't actually confirm that someone is willing to push price below. All we did was come back down to value. We didn't see a value shift where this is now seller value, right? This is still buyer value. Because we bounced here and we're continuing to find liquidity here to push us up and to continue trend. We need to see the look below and then a strong reoffer and a showing of, like, from our sellers that they want to push price down. Then we see that value shift where then buyers are lower, right? They're going to then attempt lower, and then we get the push back up. Until that point, there isn't really a great short. Unless you can see on the footprint or something like that, or on the DOM, right? You can see in the order flow at the highs that someone is trying, and you can then play with that person who's absorbing orders, right, at the highs. Or you can just wait for the lower high off of that absorption. It's just like, what kind of trader are you, and what's your plan, right? Regardless, though, until I see a test of this node, I won't know if this is the high or not. Because we haven't had a structural retest of this structure that we've built. So there's like not a ton here. Yeah, I mean, sure. It's not definitely not something that could hurt your trading, right? Just understanding where the shift of value is or where volume is being traded, right? And it's definitely not going to negatively affect your. And all you need to do for this to not do a pullback
1
is
minute
hold
remaining.
where
I'll
we
be leading
are,
with the EIA crude oil inventories.
right? All for buyer continuation, this is what it looks like. Is we just hold Globex high. You want pullbacks though, because pullbacks give confidence and keep structure tight, right? Like we want structurally sound trades without elevators down, with clear like clear liquidity from buyers in areas. Pullbacks aren't bad.
Ten seconds.
Like no pullback equals that we just hold Globex high as
A build
supportive.
of 2.909 million, a build of 2.909 million, that's higher than the expected draw of 2.3 million. Gasoline inventories, a build of 2.71 million, build of 2.71 million, higher than the expected build of 1.35 million. Distillate inventories, a build of 1.485 million, build of 1.485 million, higher than the expected build of 0.691 million. Inventories of crude and Cushing, a build of 1.686 million, 1.686 million. Downside move in WTI crude here following this larger than expected storage build across the board in EIA inventories. We have posted out the weekly EIA storage reports on the feed for anyone interested.
You guys act like I didn't give you the plan at open. What is price doing? Where is it holding? It's not my problem. You don't have notifications turned on. Where's price holding right now? 20 to 22.50. Crazy. And where were we pushing? 28. Like, I don't know, man. What else do you want from me? PTs? It says right there. 28. Hello?
So noting US stocks extending gains here. That's the S&P 500 up 0.2% now.
Yeah. So just watch as we push into ADR, right? Russell has momentum, NQ has momentum. So until we get to a pivot, we should be expecting slow drift ups because there isn't enough friction in the market to push price down, right? So if we need to see what happens as NQ comes back down into 52s, into this node that we can very clearly see. And we need to watch what happens into Russell ADR. Remember, loss of momentum on RTY and NQ if they failed to hold higher lows or double bottoms, right, from the most recent low, then you can start to look for potential shorts. Until then, these are just pullback buys in a singular channel going up. And we just slowly drift up with momentum. You guys are so like not used to trend anymore that you don't know what to do with yourselves. Here is our ADR test on RTY. See what happens. Remember, a loss of momentum on RTY and on NQ will result in a push down and steeper pullbacks to fix some of this horrendous structure that we've built out on this slow grind up. I'd love to see ES Globex high hold as supportive on this retest, this like 2250 to 2425. We'd want to see buyers be able to hold this pivot where we have this node. I will draw it for you because that seems, if I draw on top of nodes that are already on my chart, it seems to give you more confidence. So I will do that. This is huge alpha where I just am actually highlighting a node that already exists. There we go. Huge alpha. Proto, where are we pushing to on SPY from the chart that I gave you yesterday, bud? Could it be to target?
EIA says US crude production rose last week to 13.3 million barrels per day. It's the highest on record.
It's not Elon anymore. Probably for the best, anyways. I don't know if it's yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good replacement, but you know. Yeah, what does Elon tell you? Follow your gut. Can you explain fair value gaps? It's I'll refer to FEGs or fair value gaps as imbalances as well. And the way that I look at them, we use the fair value gap term because it's the most popular, but I would rather you think of them as imbalances created on the spread. So when you see aggressive price or an aggressive participant or multiple participants push through liquidity on a certain price level, we get a aggressive candle that looks similar to this, right? These are candles that have what you could basically consider mostly market buyers that are willing to push price up. Whereas these, you have buyers and sellers who are pretty happy. This is a very general, just to give a clarification. It's a very basic look at this, but we have not a lot of confidence on either direction here. We have buyers and sellers who are kind of just chopping around price between these two levels. So we have an offer who's stacked here. We have a bid who's stacked here. And we have a buyer here who's aggressively pushed price up and has taken the liquidity either out of all of these levels, right? And we had to push price up to meet that demand. And so we created a low volume node or an area in the market that can be retraced, and we can look for buyers to step in here again at what is fair value before price was swept up to that level. So we create a bit of a hole in the market where we can fill structurally, but we call that a fair value gap because it's a gap that was created from an aggressive buyer or an aggressive seller, depending on the direction. And we look for price to basically come back down after this person's been filled and then retest this gap. Do we see? From this wick low, from this aggressive push up, we look for a buyer to then fill this structurally and then push off of this area. So that's all it is. It's just it's a way to look at imbalances. You can see the same thing on a footprint chart where we see an aggressive person kind of just push through the spread and like sweep the book basically. And then we look to fill that structure before going in to continue in a direction. Let me know if you have any other questions or if that was good enough. But we have a indicator that shows these gaps on different time frames, and I'm a big fan of the 15-minute. So this yellow box right here where it says 15-minute FEG is highlighting where we have potential buy-side liquidity below us, and you can also see it structurally what that looks like. You see how we have price that builds above that area, and we have price that is built below that area, and we have a sweep that has basically pushed us up aggressively. So when we come back down, I'm going to look for structure to fill this level, but because price is above, I know that this is on a buy side, so I should have a bullish view until as we look into this. I'm looking for buy side liquidity or buyers to participate here and try to hold this area for continuation up on a pullback. What is the best time frame to find FEGs in the chart? I mean, they're on all time frames. What I think what you're really asking is what time frame offers the most edge for like the playability. Because there's always going to be different like we're going to create imbalances in the market, right? It's what we're trading with these FEGs is the same thing that I look for and have been like teaching you guys about low volume nodes. It's an area where we expect price to drift through, right? So it's all once you start to realize that everything is connected and it's all just order flow and price action and structure, like you just have different ways of looking at it, and then it's all about figuring out how you're going to implement it into your trade plan, right? So for me personally, because I'm a shorter time frame trader, I like the 15 minute. I think that there's enough edge there and enough accuracy where the zones aren't too large, where it's like, oh, well, it's in the FUG, but like I need pretty precise levels of entry and exit and invalidation. And I think anything over that, I think the 30 minutes probably fine as well. But I look at the lower time frame ones because I'm looking to take very short time frame trades. But if you're on a higher time frame, you know, the 4 hour, the daily, the weekly can be great levels to look for potential swing trades, where we're looking to structurally fill an area and then you buy, and as long as it holds, great. But like that's something that you're gonna have to play around with and get comfortable. We have entire lessons, multiple lessons covering imbalances and structure and how to trade it and figuring out a trade plan and creating edge and all that. Multiple lessons that you can go back and look at. Every single thing that we've put into our indicators and built out, we have done extensive classes on individual components. So this is our first like real test on NQ to see if we get the push below. Right, we're testing that first like structural level on our Globex high on NQ with this node that we had highlighted and this node on ES for pullbacks for our first pullback area. Russell continuing to reject our ADR, but we are continuing to hold higher lows, which is interesting. Delta is holding, but starting to show a bit of weakness, but nothing yet to write home about for like short consideration. These just look like pullbacks as of right now. NQ definitely the weakest out of everything. Right, but like where we are is just the retest of previous highs. So like all we're looking for is for price to be able to find acceptance, right, above this 46. And as long as we're holding here, then we don't need to do a deeper pullback. A deeper pullback would come down to this 35. That would be my ideal area where I'd like to see price push down into. But like we have to accept that buyers are going to be more than willing to attempt here, right? It is what it is. You want to see acceptance back over this 52.75 and a bit off of that, or we can drift down to structurally. Okay, this is a great example of an FEG actually. Let me go to NQ single. So on the higher time frame, we have this imbalance that was created. We can look at it on the 15-minute, and we can see that we have this structure that we can fill down to this wick. And this is where we have a lot of participants here at this wick, basically, to this candle body. But what we can do here is we can look at this edge, at this 53, as where we need to find acceptance above. Either you need to see price be able to hold this edge on a buy, or we're going to get a push down into this low. I need to stop trying to draw with this pen tool. This is just not good. We can play off of this edge of the imbalance. So this is your first area where we look for a buy. And if this then becomes offer, we look for a push down into this low. This 39.50. And that's where you're looking for a buyer. If this Globex high now is resistance. So 46.25, that's where you're looking for your offer for sellers to basically be positioned there. And I'm just going to highlight this. Right, this creates a new trade plan understanding how imbalances get filled. We're looking for a seller to be positioned here for a push down into this 39.50. And there's no real short continuation until we see acceptance below this FVG for a push down into this 30.35. We need to see this low not show as buy side. And then we can push to this next area. Until then, we need to look for basically just oscillation between this 52 and this 39.50, with the mid being this 45. This is an imbalance. Until we show acceptance on either side of this, I am going to be looking at this as our at these two areas as our edges. Actually, going to delete that. Right, so we need to see acceptance above and then hold for a push out of here from a look below. Or we need to see acceptance from a look below, push, and then into this, like that. Or we will bounce. This isn't a new concept. This is something that we have taught in depth. Here is an example that I've drawn out for you in the past as a reference point. Copy. Could not be pasted. All right, well, I tried. There we go. Here, I will make this big and put it on screen so that you can screenshot it yourself or reference it if you aren't in the Discord. If not, this is pinned in the Tendy Shop channel, in the pins. Okay, now I'm deleting it. So do you see how we bounce off that 39.50? Now you have to get back over this 46.25 or it'll be our resistance. That's your first risk off from that 39.50. And you need to see acceptance below for a continuation. So this is your first risk off into the mid. Second risk off will be into 52.75. We don't know if price is going to be able to push over this previous buyer, right? Now you're just there. That's your first risk off from the low edge to the high edge. This is your mid. Need to see acceptance back above, or this will continue down. So what we are looking for are areas of confluence on pivots, right? So we targeted this 3950 as our low. We marked out this node on the Russell as our pullback level, right? We marked out ES, this area, as our pullback level. All of them came into that area at the same time. Does that give you confidence to take a trade? This is your next risk off, 52.75. Until we see this become supportive on a retest, mark this as your seller reoffer, right? This is it. We're back to our edge high now. We have now rotated the entire range of that area, and you are able to now capture a free 15 to 20 points. Just understanding how we react in structure. Now you need to see this push and hold above, or this will be the high. And that is an FEG. It was a great example for those that are new to the stream. And that's just like an imbalance in the market and a structural repair. That is all. That's probably confusing if I do it like that. Never mind. Okay, this is where we want to see, I think, a lower high, right? This is your reoffer on the push below that 39.50, where we're basically watching for this. We're at our POC at that 36 test, which is what we were looking for as our first like real test on a pullback. Either we see a seller step in at this mid now. I think we can probably lower this to here, right? This is where you're now watching to see if a seller is serious. Are they now going to hold the mid to the low as our offer, right? If that offer is defended, we look for a push down into this next area of liquidity at 30s. Until then, this is kind of it, right? This 36 or 35.75, like we have to acknowledge that. That's where POC is. Starting to see the Russell make higher lows. You can just see ES bottom out, but if we can get back over Globex high here on NQ, then that has potential. Just need to watch to see if sellers are willing to defend this now. Remember, like on the higher time frames, if we go to ES, like this is just a flag from previous sells, right? So all we're looking for is buyer acceptance where selling previously was. Can we build here? Can we look above? Are we willing to find value up here for higher price? Until we look below again and show this as resistance, then we can look for structural repairs into areas like this, right? Like there's just, you have to see if the previous sell is now our buy, which is what we're doing. This is your first like actual pullback, and it was all referenced off of RTY losing momentum into ADR. There's your seller stepping in at Globex high, pushing down. Back to POC here. Remember, for a short continuation, we need to see a look below this level and then a retest into it for this short continuation, or this will be our risk off from this position, right? This is now our pivot. It's red because of here. Change it like this. Maybe that'll be easier to understand. I need TradingView to add the dynamically like color shifting if price is above or below. That would be really cool. This is your risk off, your first risk off for shorts until we look below this level. If we get a push below and then this flips offer, then we can look for continuation. Oof. It would be a really nice sauce. So let's see if this is if buyers are willing to continue to defend this level. Again, this is your risk off on shorts until we see a push below 30s and then a reoffer. We have a VARG.
Just seeing the Canadian dollar strengthen to a 4.5-month high at 1.3319 to the US dollar.
Has this been tradable for you guys? I feel like this has been pretty on point. I gave you like the actual edges, the risk off, the mid, everything, first PT, where price is gonna go, where it was gonna bounce. I don't know. Confused. I'm just moving, shifting everything over for continuation. Oof. Now we're back to our Globex high. It's your first risk off on longs from that low. 15 points. Russell needs to make a new high here, or we will get probably some continuation down. Need to see recovery of these levels and acceptance back above. Yes. Why is he down $2,000? What did he short? That's the only way he didn't make money, is if he shorted on that slow climb up without lower highs. Interesting. Back up to our pivot on NQ here. We need to see a look above, and then we need to see this hold on retest in this 53 on NQ. Next entry. I mean, we're at the high. I don't know. I just gave you the low. I just gave you the NQ low and the ES low and drew it out for you in advance. I don't know, man. Like, bud, I gave you this chart yesterday of where we were going at our target for spot. I don't know. Only so much I can do, you know? And with the T. Now we move. Until I see us be able to push above and then hold this 53 level on NQ, like, I just don't think there's much here. We're just making lower highs. Russell needs to really show me that it wants to hold here, or I think that we probably just do like a slow grind down to VWAP. With lower highs, with the seller kind of like showing their hand, right? I don't know. I mean, we've got our edges. I'm playing off of this 30 and this 53. That is our high and our low as of right now. For ES, we're playing off of that 2250, and we're looking for 28s. And until I see a push below 2025 on ES, like, there's not a short there for me. Unless you're willing to short for like 2 points on a rejection of 2250 on a reoffer, but like, I don't know. Market's moving too slow. I'd rather just look at the edges and then risk off into those edges and then wait. Yeah, we're not. I mean, because it's been nice. I mean, there's no reason. I'm not like mad at where we're positioning. know. I mean, I think if you're struggling, you're actually just ignoring me and trading ego. I don't know. Make this a dotted line. So is the low of that previous FEG. So it's a good reference point, but that's about it at this time. Again, back to the bottom of this range, seeing some weakness on the Russell delta-wise and on ES delta-wise. So we could see a bit of a larger pullback for this liquidity. But as of right now, you want to be moving your short stops to account for this being the bottom edge, right? Until we push below this 30, and then that 30 on reoffer is resistance, right? As we have drawn, you just want to trade the edges and not look for more. Again, we are seeing a bit more weakness here on this test compared to the last couple, but I want to reiterate that you want to be risking off into our edges until we are shown that buyers are no longer interested here. Same goes for ES, right? Like 2250 is still our low. Once that becomes resistance, then we can look for a fill back down to 18s. But until then, right, like you have to just accept what it is. Yeah, man. Imagine. This is where you'd expect sellers to be, though, if they were going to push price down. You want, like, 39.50 to now be your resistance. Like, hard resistance. You want this channel, right? Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. So this is your reoffer. You want to basically see a failure here. So if you did take a long, I think this is your first risk off into this 39 to like 42, just on this retest of our seller. You don't want to see them make a get over that level, right? Because then you have the LVN above us that we can fill. So if we do push, then you get a push up back up to the top edge. Until we get below and holds, like on the look below, there's nothing there. This is the edge. Check out this indicator, Adrian. This is going to be something that you guys are going to like a lot. Shows like basically miniature auctions, our current ranges, as well as our areas where the you can basically call it like the POC of the range, but it's basically where the most contention is on our wicking, and it draws that out and then extends for reference for like after extensions and pushbacks in. Like this is the area that we need to push above and then hold, or this is where basically we expect our seller to be or our buyer to be. Right? So it's been calling the exact same thing that I've been talking about the day. It's basically just an indicator that is based off of how I trade. You can see that over and over of like creating auction pivots and then extensions from those zones.
So according to Nikkei, Japan's per capita income will increase by 3.8% next year on a combination of lower taxes and higher wages under a cabinet office forecast.
Like a line, it's a zone that's created by taking a range, a high-low range, and then finding where the most wicks from buys and sells are basically found, where we're seeing like the most contention in an area. So it's not a line, it's a zone based off of where there's the most buying and selling within that range. And then creating an area where price needs to either push above or below. So we create, this is the range that it was focusing on, the high and the low, and this is the battle in between. And then it extends that battle over if we don't have a new area that's been found. And then we use that as a reference point of where we should be expecting basically the high of the auction or like the low of the auction on a push below or above. I mean, it's all just like price action based, but it's something that we're looking at right now. You can see like based off of my drawings, and then it's very similar.
According to Nikkei, for the
and it's all automated.
current fiscal year, Japan's government assumes a 2.4% increase in per capita income.
And like we can see the same zone built here of like where we're looking for buyers to be on a retest into this area. We're still getting kinks out of it and like how we display that information, but like it's all done. Like the important areas to focus on when we come back in, and the extensions will auto appear once we come into those areas so that it's not messy. We'll stay out of the way until then. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Russell's still incredibly weak. I think it needs to pull back further. I think you get trapped buyers, one more attempt into Globex high, and then it probably goes down. But we'll see. I mean, all we did was hold the high edge of this imbalance, right? At this 30. Until we see that as resistance, we shouldn't be expecting a move down any further. Your next targets are going to be, of course, like this 24 and then VWAP at 19s. If we do get this rejection of 30s. Until then, like, it's just chop in between these zones. And all you're waiting for is either acceptance above, out of this distribution, or acceptance below this distribution. Remember where we are in the grand scheme of things. We have a big old imbalance below that we can fill, but we first need to see how buyers react in the retest of this area. Right now, we are just holding where our previous seller was and trying to maintain a bid. So until we get below that and then retest, there's really hard to try to take a short here, other than like just like putting a stop at the highs, right? Like, what's your reference point? What's your willingness to risk looking for a breakdown at support? Until I see a look below 30s, you gotta have to just consider that this buyer is still very much so present. I think that Russell direction should lead price on NQ. Morning, Izzy. Here's your retest of our Globex high we were talking about. This is if you're like gonna like trap buyers. This is what I would be doing, and then I would see if an aggressive sell would push us down from here. So if you bought 30s again, this is your risk off until we see a push and hold above. Then we can target 53. Always, man. There's your rejection at Globex High.
So just keep in mind at the top of the hour, it is slated that Fed Goolsbee is due to be speaking. So looking into this is referring to the Wall Street Journal podcast that Fed Goolsbee has actually already given at the beginning of this week. So I believe this entry into the calendar is signifying when the Wall Street Journal will be posting the transcript of this. So we have already seen the comments from Fed Goolsbee again from this Wall Street Journal piece.
Just candle delta.
EU finance ministers reach an agreement on the new fiscal rules.
Yeah, you just have to watch what happens as NQ drifts back up to 53 with the Russell just not showing any initiative. Still holding higher lows, but also lower highs, right, in this chopping sideways. Can't get over this node at 58s, which is important. I think you get that drift down. Just need to see if NQ is willing to hold Globex high here and retest, as well as ES. But very slow, just building up here. There is really not much to speak of until we get over this guy. Yeah, what's up? Got 5 points. What do I do next? I don't know, man. Get another 5 points. This is with no drawings on our new indicators. That's with stacked longs and shorts, showing market weakness and strength at the lows and highs for reversals. That's showing your naked zones, showing you where our highs, like where our LVNs and our LVNs are. And then with the new indicator showing your range pivots, that's the white box. And that's everything. It's doing quite a bit of the work for you. You should go read the description that Mario wrote and then not make me have to answer your questions. I think those targets... Yeah, everything is custom. It's all included with the indicator bundle. These are the new ones we're working on, though. But yes. And these green arrows and red arrows are from the stacked indicator, as well as targets. And then the boxes are representing historical and current nodes. Yellow box. I changed this to orange, actually. Is POC. You can also see that's where our epoch is, right? High volume node, blue. Low volume node, red. Probably in the indicators channel. Crazy. I am mostly risked off of longs here from the low. Oh, boy. We watch for a push back over 52s or a push down to 44 here on NQ. Still trading the range. Do I need to make these pivots larger? Is that the problem here? I need to go to a 4-point. Maybe this'll do it.
So in 10 minutes time now at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Philadelphia Fed President Harker, who's speaking on the WHYY Philadelphia interview. So this is on a radio show. You can listen to the radio show off of their website, which is linked on the Fed's Harker's entry in the calendar.
Did you see the new stock market Lego set? The one for the energy futures or whatever? Yeah, look good. That's real. That's pretty sweet. Oh, it's AI generated? Okay. Well. Almost. Ah, yeah, it would be nice. Good little office piece, you know? Sure. You've seen the Dune sets, right, Tom? For Lego? The Dune sets are so nice. There's your 44 test. Yeah. Push down. Now we need to get back above, or this will be our rejection, and then we can oscillate back down to this 35 on NQ. What is this? It's a game? Like a board game? Was it good? Looks a little, a little sus. Yeah. Mm.
So in 5 minutes time now at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Harker, who's speaking on the WHYY Philadelphia local radio. So we have posted the link to their website on his entry in the calendar. You can listen to the radio show live there.
Back to our 53 pivot. 44 held. Just kind of trying to find acceptance from the mid to the high of the range. There's not much to say here. Testing our seller at that 26 on ES. Russell sideways. Yep. But we have a very clearly defined range, so as long as you're willing to not be a monkey, like, it's not the worst. Yeah, we should get a test here in a second. You've had a lot of failures from sell side at the lows, so we should be able to get a pop or a drop relatively soon to get us out of this range to test for fresh liquidity. I don't really care on which side it happens, but we should be able to get a break soon. Decent higher lows on delta, right, with price into our pivots, with us holding the mids, which makes me think that we probably pushed the upside, but I need to see the Russell give a bit more. Nice little flattening and foundation we've built out there on delta. I'd like to see that push into 28s, and then we get a direction on ES. I just have two runners, so like I don't really care what happens. We've already taken profits into 53s. Either I get stopped or we go to our 64 and we risk off
Surely
there.
expecting comments from Fed's Harker. Fed Harker says the job on controlling inflation is not done. And Harker says that things are looking better for the inflation outlook.
Pick. I have not been watching Tick, so I don't know. Let me look. There's been no need.
Fed Harker says, I'm hearing things are starting to soften faster than data suggests.
Like I
Says
definitely
we
just
don't
took a
need to
vape
raise
hit.
rates anymore.
You'd hear it. Yeah, I mean, like, we have a chopping market that's not even, like, hitting
Fed Harker
extremes.
says a soft landing process will be bumpy. So again, soft landing process will be bumpy.
Alright, like, there's not much there right now. The only thing that you can take from it is when
Fed Harker says I expect unemployment to tick up, but not by a lot.
when we start to test extremes. Until then, it's, like, just all neutral. Like, there's no trend until you see an extreme. So with no extremes, there's no direction. It's neutral. It's literally telling you balance, right? Which is why I've been relying on Delta a lot more lately for these moves.
Fed Harker says a lot of things could thwart a soft landing. And says that the US economy is incredibly resilient.
Incredibly resilient. Hello, Grotto. You ready for 48.28? I don't know about mooning, bud, but slow grind up from our 2050 to 2250 holds. Yep. $48.35. I don't really have anything above until 40. 28's first, though.
And Fed Harker says reasons for some people's bad economic vibes are real.
Vibes are real. True. The vibes are real.
Fed Harker says high price level for many parts of the economy is weighing on many.
It's just appealing to his the new generation, guys. It's okay. Hasn't Tesla just been like slowly drifting down all day? Pretty sure. Tesla. Yeah.
Fed Tarka says the Fed won't cut rates right away.
That man, you can hear the vape. Man's got a cloud. Ugh. Neither. No, just the news person. Mario's asleep. Yeah, man, that's his schedule. It's like I don't know. I just can't do it. Like I play New World, I just don't play New World from 12 to 4 a.m. I play it from a reasonable time. Can't be mad at me for not wanting to be on then. Like I'm asleep. League years ago. It has been a while. 2v2. Oh yeah, that's the Battle Right clone, right? I watched some people play that in PTR. It looked fun. Yeah. They actually stole that game mode from a game called Battle Right. It was called Battle Right Arena. Well, yeah, true. You're not wrong. But yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the game because I used to play a lot of Battle Right. Those are from the people who created V Rising. That game before that, they had a game called Battle Right. It's just like basically League characters battling it out in little PvP skill-based matches, the little arenas. But I saw some of the abilities look ridiculous. It looks fun. It's gonna be impossible to balance though. I heard the finals has a ton of cheaters. There's like a petition going on right now to region block China because there's so many cheaters from China right now on the finals. I don't know if you guys have been experiencing that. But there's like a huge call to region block China, and they said no because they thought that was xenophobic. So you just get cheaters in your games, just like on Rust and PUBG. Wait until you get the Chinese character name in your game. I will be right back. All right, my bad. Sorry, I had to let some contractors into the house. Oof. See if NQ bids here into 35, 39. On a look below here, if we don't see a buyer step in aggressively, right where they have been, this retest will result in a pushback down to 2250. So this will be marking our pivot. What we're looking for when I draw stuff like this is the look below and then the look back above and rebid on this line, or the look below and then the rebid on this line. We're back down to the bottom of this range where our zones have been marked, right? You really want to see buyers try to step here, or we fail and breach. Move this over. We want that 30 to become a strong resistance. Yeah. This is your first real test outside of the range. So can we now hold here on a look back in? Still just at our 2250 on ES, so there's like actually no trade for yes players. There's nothing as of yet. Just back down to the bottom of the range. But if you're trading NQ, right, quite a bit. Later, Cass. Great job.
Fairtarka says should move rates down, but not right away. Just repeating what he'd said earlier.
Yeah, the only way that this 2250 doesn't hold is on a retest and reoffer into this 2425 and a strong rejection there for push down. Then we'll seek for like fresh liquidity, probably into the 20s, 2025, right? Something like this. And then from there, I don't know where we go. Either we get continuation, right? Or we push back above and we oscillate. Like, I don't know. We're balanced, man. Gotta see a break out of balance and then a show of a hand. All I know is I risk off shorts into 2250 until I see that buyer is offsides and gone and unwilling to play. But I will look for a seller here to see if this guy, all of these people are offsides on retest. Weird that stacked in print there, actually. And like if you're looking at this structurally, like there's not much here now because you're at the low of this, right? This is where we're looking to see if we can get back into this auction or not. Right, because you have to now breach back in, show acceptance, and then we go to the mid, and then from the mid we determine if this does this, or if this does this, or if this just rejects here, and then we come down to come to this. And until I see that 30 become resistance, there's just like nothing. You just have liquidity on either side, and we can just continue to rotate. Why do I care about that 30? Well, I need to see that we can't get back over and recover from these previous buyers. We know that there's buyers that are present here. So I need to see that these guys off sides, and then sellers willing to push price down here, and then a value shift. If every time we look below, oops, we still are able to pop above and then find, right, and then bid off of it, then it's fine. We're still within the same range. But as soon as I see that look below and then acceptance from sellers, then we can look for a push down. Until then, right, like it is what it is. I have to move this over for the rest of the day, I have a feeling. Back to our 44s. It's your first risk off. Why is it our first risk off? Big old node above you. It's where our POC shift is. Right? What did we talk about in class about the recovery of these areas? On a look below. Like an actual thing that we talked about in depth on Monday. I find myself taking a lot of paper cuts when seeing us pierce a level and expecting a reoffer. Am I just too early? I feel like when I wait for confirmation of the reoffer, it's too late. For 30s? No, because that wouldn't have been. There's a difference between like looking. How do I put this? I can see why you tried that trade, and I get it, but we built out an area. You still have to treat it as a range. So what we're looking for here, wonder if anyone, like, we're still bouncing, ES is bouncing, and the Russell is holding. So any, like, drag, like, the 2250 is still our level in the sand, right? There's nothing there to tell us that this isn't just going to rotate. Remember how we treat extended ranges or balance periods. We expect price to oscillate, and then at some point this level is not going to have the liquidity that's needed, right? So you have a grab below, and then you look to see our reaction at that area, and then we look for a failed attempt above, and then we look for a mid to hold, and then we look for a pop, right? So until we see acceptance below this area and a failure to push, we need to see that player position themselves, right, with lower highs from that rejection. So from this, we would need to see an attempt, and then someone step in, and then the offer literally flip. We need these buyers off sides, not a recovery. If we see a recovery of a level, then we should expect a rotation back up to the highs. All we've done is come back down to an area that matters. Well, where did we bounce, right? Like, why was this important here? Well, it's VWAP, man. And our opening range high. That's where we bounced. Right? So what we're looking for on the, like, the larger... Yeah, no, like a peak below is fine if you're already in a trend and we are looking for like an offer on like a little bit of a test like that. But I need to see like 30 to become resistance, and then like our offer to start to, like, I need the value shift. That value shift most likely isn't going to happen on just a little pop above. We want to start to see it build there, and then buyers fail to push back above. But this is like, nothing's changed from like our the way that we look at range and balance plays on liquidity grabs, on failures to hold at these like known levels after a certain amount of time, right? We just hit our 28, right? Like, nothing has changed in the plan. Yeah. So, like, no, I think it's fine to attempt there, but as soon as you see that, like, 30 isn't hard resistance on a look and above, and we see, like, buyers are excited, ecstatic to find that low into VWAP off that test, you need to just, like, chill. You need to wait. Especially if Russell is still holding higher lows, and we're still just bouncing on our 2250. Like, there's nothing that told you that we were going to break down further in the overall market. You just had basically weak liquidity at a level in a range on NQ. Holding 24s. 34 is a non-level for me. But sure. I mean, you're seeing higher lows after a bounce. Mm-mm.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $13 billion in a 20-year bond sale. So the prior bid to cover was 2.58 and a prior high yield of 4.78%.
So like
So
for
analysts note that the
the
long end
sky.
yields are back to just 1 basis point richer on the day, while 10-year yields rise back to around 3.92% after dropping as low as 3.87% during a peak rally. And meanwhile, long end SOFR swap spreads have risen by around negative 69.5 basis points to 68.76 basis point session highs over the past 30 minutes.
Well, what I said did happen. It's where did we pierce? What were you looking for? What? Oh my god. It's the look below, retest, push down into level. That is what we have had
Also
drawn.
noting some comments from JP Morgan strategists ahead of this 20-year bond auction who flagged the fair valuation of the 20-year sector and the extreme
So,
specialness in terms of repo, suggesting that short covering could support end demand.
right? Like it's nothing's changed. What you're looking for now is a look into the level again from the other side, which is not what I'm looking for. Do you see the difference between these? It's the direction of price moving. Yeah, which is what you tried. Right, but you tried from here. On the higher low, not the lower high. No, it's just the trade just didn't really happen, dude. You'd have to be watching. It's a Dom trade. Look, here, I'm gonna go to the 1 second for you, just so that we can get this over with. Why am I looking for on a push below? We're playing with a current participant. We're looking for weakness on a look below, back into that level, a reoffer, and a push down. Why is this a different play than looking for it on this side of the trade where we're making higher lows and there's clearly a buyer attempting into this level? What's the difference between this price action? Do we see if I lower the time frame even smaller, why that matters? No, it was a trade. You were just on the wrong side of the trade. Again, I look at how I have it pathed. It's the direction of the trade matters.
The US is due to sell $13 billion in a 20-year bond sale. The prior bid to cover was 2.58 and the prior high yield was 4.78%. Taking note of the latest CFTC positioning data, this shows that speculators were net short 136,000 bond future contracts,
does that not
seen by analysts as a
make
possible
sense?
source of covering demand.
I'm confused. We see a very clear seller driving price down and creating lower highs, lower highs, lower lows, lower lows, lower lows, lower lows. We have a level that we in the sand that we were paying attention to. We look for a pierce below that price. We look for the reoffer at the known buying level. We see that sellers are willing to hold there for an aggressive push down. We know we have a level below into 24s, which is VWAP. We look for shorts to push down price, and this is your reoffer for a short, right? Push down into it. We're now seeing higher lows form from our VWAP and from our node that we have here as our supportive level where we were looking for price to go. Is it a great trade? No. But it makes sense when you actually look at it logically and if you were watching it on a DOM. This doesn't, because we're seeing a buyer from a known level that we cared about, right? This is a push down in a seek down to value from a break of a range. We then see higher lows, and now you're trying to short on the right side of a V. I don't really get what the miscommunication is here. It's the look below, retest into a level. This is a look above and a rebid off of a level. Directionality matters before, because we're playing with a participant. You do see the pattern on the 1 minute. It's just understanding, like, it's a DOM trade, guys. It's not a great trade. Like, again, it's a very small window of opportunity there. The better trade is just to wait. But, like, there clearly is, like, this is just a reoffer. You can literally see where a seller pushed price back down after trying to look, and then we pushed down into it. That netted a decent amount of points, right? Like, actually. But, like, that's just a simple rotation. And then we see the buy side, and then we see a higher low, and then we see a recovery, and then we see a continuation off, right? But, like, it is what it is. The side in which we look for the test matters quite a bit. Which is why I always have the path include the side that we're looking for the pierce. And we traded right up to our next PT, 64.25. Sorry, I didn't mean to spend too much time on that, but, like, I need that to, like, there's nothing wrong with it, you just were on the wrong side. Like, that was a trade that you could have made money from. It's just you were late. And there was a better
So shortly
opportunity at
expecting
that
the
level
results
on
of
the
20-year
retest for the
bond
look
auction.
above,
The
right?
Treasury when issued yield comes out at the top of the hour. The auction results normally released a couple of minutes after this.
But like that was a very visually easy to see trade on that retest and reoffer on the DOM. Like we pushed below, immediately saw a buyer try to pull up price, and then we saw an offer stack there and drive price lower and immediately push down. It was a really nice like actual trade visually. But like the reoffer was there, it's just the wrong side.
Still waiting on the pre-sale when issued yield.
My NQ chart is on a 15-second time frame.
So again, that's the 20-year bond when issued
Okay.
yield. 4.198% ahead of the $13 billion reopening auction.
Yeah, 53 to 50. If it goes lower than that, then this fully retraces.
So we're now shortly expecting the results of the 20-year bond auction. I'll be leading with the bid to cover. Bid to cover 2.55, 2.55 with a high rate of 4.213%, 4.213%, which is up from the pre-sale when issued yield of 4.198%. And so the US sold $13 billion, awarded 56.27% of bids at high. Primary dealers took 12.89%, direct 20.71%, indirect 66.4%. A little bit of weakness in the S&P there following that auction result.
Wait for news to be digested. Just rejected Russell ADR again and immediately sold, continuing to maintain this range. You need to see a look back above 53s if you want any more. And then you need to see that bid, or this 50-53 will remain offer. Ideally, yeah, you'd want to see 55. You have an imbalance here that you want to hold now, right? So you don't really want to see a price get below that 55.50. And you want to see a push over this node here at 62 and then hold that on a retest from 55.50 holding. So you're looking for that push down into the imbalance here, the LVN, if it's going to do it, or you want to look for a push above 62s and then a hold of that. Either one, doesn't matter. Either we fill the structure below in the LVN, or we look above and then look for rebid. You really want this thing to look over 62 here, off of that push down into the low. Yeah, man, it is a slow day. They need to get this thing over. Come on. I'm not going to be a fan of this if we can't get this to hold over 62s here. It's just going to go fully right back down with the Russell weakness. Thank the Lord. Yep. $17,100. Just Delta. Adrian, do you think we should
Shortly
display
expecting the
low
results from
volume
the
nodes
Fed Reserve's
differently
repo facility.
than high volume nodes? Like just do like 2 lines for the edges of them maybe, and not a zone? Or do you think it's fine as is?
$95 counterparties take $779.143 billion at the Fed Reverse Repo operation.
Okay. That's fine. There's going to be a variant of this that comes out soon that just has everything pushed over. You'll have the option to see either live plus historical, which is how it's being displayed right now, or only historical or only live on the right. So only anchored to the right, like these boxes here. So if you just want the historical zones, we'll get rid of them going across the chart, and then they'll only be displayed here on the side. So the way that So if you don't like the mess of things going across and you still want to be able to draw your own stuff, and in these boxes not to get in your way, what you can do is overlap two of the anchored variants, right? So one that's on historical only and one on live nodes, and then just change the colors, and then they'd both be anchored to the right of price, so that you can still have your drawings, and then they would be overlaid like that. I don't know if that makes sense. Because to me, this is usually a bit too messy. I want everything just to the right. Like, I want it to be right where my volume profile is itself. Because if I can just have historical here on the side, right, then I already have my live one to interact with them. So like I can see these would be like the God bless it. These would be like the historical, right? And then I'd be able to see my high and low off of my intraday like micro profile, like right now. And then I can just play around with those interactions. So that'll be a setting that comes soon. It's kind of dog shit to trade today. Yeah, it's been like this. You just have to trade the edges, or there's no trade. Expanding triangles from 1050. On what?
So just a reminder, in 10 minutes time now, we do get the Bank of Canada meeting minutes.
Well, the problem, Adrian, is when you start overlaying patty and stacked and all these other things onto it, all of a sudden you have like 40 boxes. And then it's like, okay, well, what's the strategy? How do I trade this? Right, so we have to create a system that is cohesive and makes sense with our overall like indicator package already. So if like someone just immediately throws this on a chart, they're like, okay, well, great, there's a box, it hit the box. What am I supposed to do with that information? We have enough boxes on the chart, like it's surely it'll hit it eventually. Expanding triangle from 1050. So why are you using time on a tick chart? Doesn't make any sense. Use a 1000 tick chart, but you gave me a time reference point. On what? The Russell? NQ? ES? SPY? 1050 Eastern? An expanding triangle. So to me, all that we've done is come back down to retest this seller. We filled this structurally, came back down to this buying node, and then traversed right back up the distribution, back up to the highs. Otherwise known as a flag. But like, logically. I need a new window, man. I have too many drawings on. Here. NQ. We've had this conversation before, but I don't know who you are, White Hat. But an expanding try is just a distribution that has a a lot of volume traded at the mid with very short tails, right? And what happens when we have a distribution that looks more like this rather than something that looks like this? We get more volatile moves away from the mid that result in a widening structure, right? As we fix out the tails on elliptic distribution, right? So all you're doing is seeing the same sort of value shift, but we have to fix out the structure at the edges of our distribution. And so we get a wider, more volatile expansion away from the mid until one side determines where we're going to go. So we get a structural fill back down to previous value, and then we get snapshot, we get a slingshot back up to the mid because we have such thin tails on a very thick POC or middle distribution. And so we expect liquidity grabs on a pull away from those levels, and we expect a slingshot back up. And that creates your shape that looks like an expanding triangle. Right, but that's what an actual that is what a megaphone is, right? Or an expanding tri.
Meeting minutes.
If you actually think about it, is the significance or why that shape forms is that you have a ton of participants who have built out in this area, and so we expect volatile moves as we build out these tails. Just to give you like the actual like the why. And then like if we can expect that and we understand like where prices, like what we should be expecting at these edges, and then we can look for our value beforehand for pullbacks, right? That gives us an idea of like where we should be looking to go. All right, so I had to go to a clean page to show that, but you have different kinds of distributions. And not everything's always just going to be like a perfect distribution that looks like this. Sometimes you get a distribution that looks like that, where it's not a balanced auction. And sometimes you're going to get distributions that look like this. Right? Understanding how we react in those low volume areas is really important. Holy crap, we're still in between these two boxes.
Surely expecting the Bank of Canada meeting minutes.
The only reason I even said anything about that, man, is because I'm a big fan of finding the why of the shapes and patterns that we recognize as humans, right? Like, if you can start to see when it works and why it's kind of happening on price, the less you think of it being a manipulation tactic or a intentional thing that some individual is doing, and the less that you're going to blame others, and you're going to actually start to have like a reasoning behind when the patterns actually work, like what's actually happening structurally to create that sort of movement, right? That's the point. It's because like a lot of retail will continue to be like, oh, that's a ascending triangle or a expanding wedge, but it's like, okay, well, what do I do with that information and how do I play it, and why doesn't it work every time, right? Like, what's the actual success rate, and where's my entry exit?
New home construction.
When does it invalidate?
The long-standing structural shortage in supply. Added that members felt costs related to house prices would ease as higher rates curbed spending, and others worried that an elevated shelter price could persist. So the Bank of Canada Council expressed concerns about shelter price inflation, which could remain elevated and could make it more difficult to return to the 2% target. Did not repeat language in around October 26th announcement about some governors seeing likely needing higher rates for longer. The Bank of Canada Council also agreed that risks to the inflation outlook remained, and it might still be necessary to increase the policy rate. So ahead of the Bank of Canada's December 6th interest rate announcement, the Governing Council agreed that the likelihood that monetary policy was sufficiently restrictive had increased, and agreed that monetary policy could not solve the structural shortage of supply in the housing market. The Council saw two broad types of risks for the inflation outlook. Firstly, they felt the expected decline could stall, with the rate still marginally above 2%. The Council said that recent data pointed in the right direction, but with considerable uncertainty surrounding the outlook for inflation, risks remain elevated. And the Council felt that the second main risk was that development could lead to renewed inflationary pressures. It's again release of the Bank of Canada meeting minutes there. Nothing crazy from that.
See? Bruno, what are you saying? What does that mean? I'm sure if you DM'd Darian you asked if there was a deal he could provide, that he'd be more than happy to accommodate you. If you actually wanted to get indicators added to your plan with whatever discount that you already have. I bet he'd be willing to work with you. Wait, I just looked at Discord chat. What are you guys talking about? What haven't you gotten video? What isn't working? VMP? I don't think it would work that on that small of a time frame, because you're actually using the second data already. So you'd probably have to be on a 1 minute or something like that at least, because it's already referencing the smaller time frames. I could be wrong though. I don't use VMP, so, but that would make sense from how I understand how it's coded. But yeah, the zones are just a visual. The boxes on the new indicator are just VMP, just a different representation of it, which makes sense. Dude, I do not check DMs during the day. Let Darian handle that, or you'll never get a response. Can we look at Baba? Yeah, I can pull up Baba for you. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to tell you. They have a divvy. I don't touch it. Wait a few days. That's all I'm going to say. Man said weeks to respond. What the heck? Weeks. Holy. What was the signal on flow? I wouldn't trust any flow, options flow. They have a dividend. You don't know what they're doing positioning wise, or if they're using options for exercising for dividend. You'd have no clue. Not worth the risk. Wait a few days, let price settle. If I don't respond to you, it's because I looked at it, but I was busy, and then I forgot. And then there was 20 other people that then messaged, and then you just were lost. That's what happens. you get pushed down so far that it's over. I don't remember. And then you just have to remind me. I'm super scatterbrained when that comes to stuff like that. Or if I don't respond at all, it's because you've never messaged me before, and it got sent to, it was auto-sent into message requests, which I never check. So if you've never messaged me before, you automatically get sent to spam on Discord. This is, you get sent to spam with these guys. Should I reply to Mary, man? You think she's the one? Alright, I just accepted it. I'll give her a hey with 2 eyes. Well, it's not the first time we've talked. The first time you messaged me was when you were in a degen Apple position and asked for help. Ugh. Yo, huge bounce from the bottom here. Holy. Buddy, I don't think our DMs are safe from the last... I don't think we've posted anything from the last time I posted to you. Let me check, actually. The last thing I sent you was, not safe for work. For sure. Oh, no, we're good. We're good. You have to scroll up at least one scroll. Great job, Manly. Yeah, today's tough, man. I'm glad. You should be proud of yourself if you were patient, willing to trade the edges, and you were not trying to be greedy on a day like today. You were unable to catch the morning move and get the bid off of 08 to 10, right, from the plan. Then you just had to be so patient. I'm really trying to give you guys, like, play-by-play and intraday ideas. I don't know if you've noticed that, but like you don't need me here. You're here for my voice? Dude, you've got VODs now, it's fine. These are your Globex high retests. You really don't want to see it fall much lower than this. It looks like we were just going to do a full retrace back down. I don't know. I don't really have much to go off of here, guys. Russell's holding, which is interesting. But I'd be watching for 2250 again on ES. I could see a similar move happening if we are unable to hold Globex high here. Or a push down. Right, this is where we're currently trading, right? Actually, here, let me just go to the bigger one. Let me put this on. So if we reject here on retest, for me, that means that we then come down to the bottom of value. Does that make sense? Because this is POC here to value high of this range we've been chopping in. So you're looking for sellers to be positioned here. And then for a full rotation back down to value low. And then from here, we need to figure out where we're going. Or you're looking for a push back over this, a hold, and then a retest of the seller here. That's why this is a really hard range to trade. All you have as a reference point is where this POC to value high is. And so this is where you're now looking for that reoffer on that pierce below. Yeah, right here. Or we just, and then we're just like transitioning through. So we want a seller to be positioned here off of this. For a move back down. And personally, like, if we don't hold here on this retest, then I fully expect us to do a grab down into this and then go for a direction. If this green box doesn't hold off of this offer. Because we have... God, that is not what I meant to leave. How am I not? Surely. Like, this is just so ridiculously slow that it's not even funny. Watch what happens as the Russell comes back up into ADR. 63.4. See if that rejects as ES makes a
ECB's
lower
Kazakh
high.
says rates are to remain at 4% for some time before likely cut.
That's the way you get that offer and then push down for further price, in my opinion. Without that, it's going to be hard to not just bounce and continue to range here.
And ECB's Kazakh says, I am not as optimistic as the markets on the first cut's timing.
Still no confirmation. Back to the bottom of our range here. I think I hear a contractor knocking. I will be right back.
ECB's Kazakh says the first rate cut could come around mid next year.
Brodo, you do not want the smoke in Catan. Love that game. Oh yeah. The UI. Oh, you play like on the computer. I've never played the computer version, but I have a couple different versions of the actual board game. Like a Game of Thrones one. Uh, what other ones do I have? I don't know. I have a couple like variant editions. Yeah, yeah. They have like just like Risk, man. They like do like themed versions. Monopoly. What's wrong with you? You want me to join a Discord called Colonist? Hmm. 36? I think that's fine, Rory. That's just we're bounced at our 30 pivot, right? Finding our liquidity at 2250 and the FEG at 2150. We need to see a bit more of an aggressive seller here in a second if we are going to get that final push down for the liquidity grab. Just risk off one into like 44, 46, that area. I'd expect an offer to be placed there. Yeah. I think we could see one more leg down on ES into VWAP. I think you, yeah, I mean, it's just be patient. Give it a second on NQ. I think NQ can lead up and hit that as this chop sideways on EOS. Because the Russell's weak. NQ doesn't need to be weak. Just see if we can maintain a higher low for that push into your target. But if this fails and looks below, right, then we go for push down. I just personally would love to see the one last leg down on ES. For this grab. But I'm glad the short worked from this on the reoffer here. From the look below. Alright, let's see if buyers are willing to try here on ES. We push down into the lick grab. Need to see the Russell bottom out as well for that to play, I think. But NQ holding. Roy, I watched that video, that Black Desert video, or not Black Desert, the Lost Ark video you sent me, and I'm like, it's like not helpful at all. I don't understand what they're talking about. It's like in Lost Ark, like language, right? Like it's they're like he's like talking and using like their system words, and yeah. So I'm gonna have to like do research to watch the video, which is funny, but just classic Korean MMO stuff. All right, let's see if buyers shows their hand here. This is about as far as I'd want to see it go down if it was going to hold on ES any further, and then we kind of lose confidence, and we are going back down to this 17 pivot. I'd really like to see a buyer try. Need to see the Russell find a low. Ideally, it can do that here, right? This 57.2 and not have to come down. But if it does, just understand that we have to wait on the Russell. And then we look for that area that we were referencing as a rebid point for 2025 on our retest into it. If you took the short from the 25, 25, 26.50, just you want to be risking off because of a potential long incoming here, right? This was what we were looking for. Push down, risk off, risk off. Now we wait. You're looking for a push back up or a push below, right? Because now we don't know. This is just where buyers were previously, so we should be expecting it as well here. And we look for a recovery of this level for a higher low. Yeah, you gotta wait so long, Gav. I'm glad that you caught it, though. Congrats. I'm glad that reoffer played for the push down. I'm closing full here. See if we can get along. Need to see if the Russell will bottom here, if we need to come down to VWAP. But regardless, it's a good risk off. I'm actually going to leave 2 runners on NQ and then just try long ES. That's what I'm going to try to do. I don't want to get rid of this average just in case we don't hold here. But I want to be positioned for it. So I have a pretty solid entry on NQ up at 53. But I don't think there's anything wrong with trying off of this pivot from the lows with the Russell bounce at 54.7. Just need to see a push back over 2050 here, 2025 on ES, and a push back over 30s on NQ, or this will just be a bear flag and a push down. We have a really solid reference point right now with the Russell POC at 57.2 if this is going to bottom out or not. Like if we reject here, then we look for VWAP on the Russell. See you next Wednesday? You're off for the rest of the week, man? Why do you want to trade Wednesdays? Wednesdays are the worst. I don't even want to trade Wednesdays. So just as before, on this look below, you now need to see a recovery of that 2025, or this is just going to be where your seller offer is located, right? So just as we saw above, where we took the original, right? You need to see a push back over this level and then bid off of it, or this will be, again, like a bear flag, right? We need to see if these buyers are willing to participate again on a look above and hold, or if they're now offsides. And if that is the case, we can then look lower for a pushback down into this previous range here, and then watch to see what happens. Okay. So here's your look above. See if they slap this thing down or if that's enough. We need to see the Russell over that 57.2, but nice higher low on Delta and price. We need to see the rebid and hold. Here's your test on the Russell into 57.2. See if sellers hold. It's your first risk off on ES, just in case the Russell rejects here. Just move up stops to above break even. Now we watch. Is it 213? Ugh, a weird place to be for 213. We really need to get acceptance back above 39, 3950 on NQ, or like we could just completely push down. Let me see if I can explain it in structurally. Look where we are. God, I hate that that's not where. Look at where we are in this node, right? So if we can't find acceptance back into value here off this distribution, right, above this POC, then this is the first, like, pin where, like, we're now hitting our head on this giant node above, and then we can push down to fix this poor structure. So it's going to be very important that we see a buyer really step on the gas here in a second to lift us back up, or this could result in the start of a trend down for the rest of the week to fix poor structure here. For those that missed this trade, the short down, and really like trading imbalances, I think that a good reference point for you in areas like this of like when you should start to pay attention is when we see a aggressive buyer push up and create an imbalance and then push below that imbalance, that level in which we used as a reference point before. You want to now really watch this level on the offer. This is like a very important level for me now because this is where I expect sellers to be because we didn't see the buy side that we wanted, right? So now on any test into this area, until we push back above the tie of that FEG, I'm going to be looking short. Does that make sense? Do you guys see what I'm referencing? And why we were looking at this area? Because this was a buy side FEG. We didn't get the hold that we wanted, right? So the buyers here tried, failed, and then on the look below, I'm now really referencing this level, the low of this imbalance to like the mid as our area where we're watching for the offer to really step in to push price out. Anytime you see an area that you think is demand or like historically was, especially on the first attempt, pushing through into it, right? Like that's, I really care about that because that's a shift in the auction. And we can use that as a really clear level of invalidation if this isn't going to play, right? We're looking for a very specific area to hold, and if it pushes above and then bids off, we know we're wrong, and we're wrong within a 1 point range. That's what that's referencing, right? Which is great risk. So I'm a big fan when we see stuff like this on a push below, on a look back into a level that we thought was going to be able to hold. Always I'll reference it as a strong selling level. Definitely something to go back and like watch your charts or look for that kind of pattern on like a imbalance retest, and then from a look below when we fail to hold. Like that's definitely something to watch for or like go and journal. That's actually something that I should have posted in intraday. So the last thing I posted in intraday ideas was push into 28. Whoops. Is there ROM here? You think they trap shorts here? I'm curious what happens in the 17s. Yeah. I don't know, we'll see. This is our test. Oh, this is moving so slow. Later, Adam. On NQ. It's a NQ chart.
So NYMEX WTI crude futures. NYMEX WTI crude futures for February settling at $74.22 a barrel. It's up 28 cents or spot 38%. Gasoline January futures.
I just
settling at
risked off one NQ
$2.20.
here
Diesel
into
January
FEG
futures $2.70.
this pivot. I have one runner left. Until I see
Natural
like
gas,
a
January futures,
real
$2.44
hold below,
settlement.
there's not much here for me. We can look to see if the Russell fails to double bottom here, but I'd need to see a look below like this, and I'd need to see a look below on NQ for a push down into this for a continuation. And then we can look for like 8 to 10 again. I think they could potentially be trapping people. That's why I'm risking off, just because I don't know. Russell is like very stagnant. I need to see it break below. I mean, I like the 57.2 hold of resistance. And I think that that has potential for continuation down. And then we look for VWAP. But it's just a little bit too slow for me to feel comfy in shorts until I see like some actual momentum kind of coming in. And so for me, it's just like a risk-off environment until I see like a seller like really push price down. Yeah, I think that's a fine place to look, Trigator. The reason why I'm even referencing this is that we have a 15-minute imbalance here. So if we reject this 6, then we get the fill, and then we look for the push down into 87 to 89. If this becomes resistance, it just kind of makes sense. Like if we fail to hold, yeah. I'm fully risked off here. That's just an FEG play. It can keep going down, but I don't want anything to do with it until it's below 89s, and then that holds its offer, or this will be the bottom for me. This has to get back over 06 or it'll just continue down. But I'm glad that we risked off into that 89. Now we just need to see the pushback over 06 and then for that 06 to 10 to become supportive. Or again, this will just be a continuation down. Very clear downtrend. And then we look for Russell into VWAP if this 52.9 doesn't hold. So just to illustrate what I'm saying, we fully expect the high of the FEG here to either be our pivot high for a pushback down or a continuation. We look for this to go under, right? We need to see acceptance below 89s. or acceptance above the 6 to 10. Until then, this is your new balance between these areas. Things that we can note: Russell showing incredible weakness off of that stagnation that we saw earlier from the POC. We look for a push into VWAP here in ETH high as our reference point for a potential next bounce. I am fully out of my short, and I will let this play. We'll either be able to get another entry for a short continuation, or I'll look for longs as we approach. Either this is able to build here into this 89, right? Just as we traded earlier on NQ, that FEG pivots between 30 and 53. This was an FEG as well. So similar situation where we now have this 06 and this 89. Again, referencing this on the Russell. As soon as the Russell comes into a low, and we like this 8 to 10 area a lot on ES, then that'll be a great area to look for your next risk off if you're still short and didn't close with me. I am perfectly fine not capturing full moves.
So noting some sharp downside move in the S&P 500. It's down 0.2% now, correlating with some strength in the dollar as well, which is up around 0.2%. So it doesn't seem to be a news headline catalyzing this move. So again, no news catalyst for this move to the downside in the S&P. Just keeping our eyes out on the wires nonetheless.
I think that this is probably a really solid reference. Oops. Hydraulics. We need to see acceptance below this 70 to 76 on NQ if you want any more downside. But this is just back to our buying base off of the huge explosion up, right? And then we saw the failure at the node like we were talking about. And now we've fixed the poor structure. So now we're back down to the base. So this is what we were worried about off of the failure to get back over 39s, right? Gave you the short for the structural repair, and now we're back down to the buying base. So do we now just chop around it within this base, or do we look for a push below, right? So for me, there's no short. We're back to buyer value until I see that this is seller value. So I will always risk off into this, because we filled the structure that I was watching to be filled, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Just from like a larger perspective of why I exited and why I'm now looking for potential buys in this area until we push below. If we push below this, right, we can look for 32.
The Biden administration to abandon the Russian oil price cap.
But there's too much potential here for me personally. So until I see something that I like, I will stay out offsides.
Brent crude futures settle at $79.70 a barrel. That's up 47 cents or 0.59%.
So I think if you fail to get back over this node here at this 80, basically, the 79.80, right, where this POC is, if this buyer POC is offsides and we can't find acceptance back above it, then you can probably look for that 32 lower. But I hope people see why we close into this area, right? We now need to see seller acceptance below this buyer POC. And if we can get that, then we can do the structural pair down to like 32, I think. 44 is your first exit, and then 32 below that. But you should definitely be expecting a potential balance here. With until we push back over this 79 to 84 area, that's your offer, where your offer will be kind of sitting. And then we just patiently wait for the Russell to find a low. Watch as we push down into 930. This is where I was looking for our next little potential pivot. This 3032. It's your ADR on NQ. Right, as we push down into this. And we fill our FEG on the Russell. Push down into our Globex low and FEG fill on RTY.
So S&P 500's extending drop now, down 0.4%.
So for this to be valid, we want to see the Russell bounce here at Globex low and push back over day open, and you want to see NQ get back over 30s and then bid off of it. Failure to do that, there's no long, and we look for a continuation down. Who gave me the thumbs up? Texan, my man. That's all I needed to see.
S&P drop extended to spot 5%. S&P drop extended to spot 6%. Dollar's finding some strength now as well, up 0.3% per the Dixie.
What a day indeed. Yeah, I think you probably just come down to ADR on RTY, to be honest. But if we can get back over 36s, then it's probably just as valid. But at this point, it just makes sense that we go down to our average daily range low at 2020.
S&P 500 drop extended to 0.8%.
We can look here now. See if the Russell catches a bounce. Okay, that was the easiest money of my life. At one. Break even stop on the last one. I actually took my own advice and just traded the Russell there. Imagine. I'm just risking off into Globex low. We can get another entry if it looks good. Yep, easy. Where did that paste? The classic 13-second trade. There's so much old 15-second price action here. Yikes. I think I try again on the Russell at 20.8 if we push below. Mm-mm-mm.
The US stocks are extending their fall. The Nasdaq down over 1%.
Over 1%.
So analysts note the Nasdaq 100 sharply declined as much as 1% as the tech-heavy benchmark traded off of its latest all-time highs. S&P falling 0.8% as well. Analysts again note that relative strength readings on the gauges have been trading at levels typically seen before a decline. Also, a note from Cameron Dawson, who's a chief investment officer at New Edge Wealth, said that it certainly looks like it has become very one-sided, and it's scary when the world gets all on one side of the boat. Says the market is very extended, and we do see it being very overbought.
Yeah, I exited shorts, Robert. And then I took a long at Russell ADR, and then I exited that, and now I'm waiting again. Seeing if there's liquidity at 20.8 on the Russell. Failure there, then we look for a push down to 2015, 2016-ish. Mm-mm. You didn't? Great job, Emma. Also, welcome. That's a new name in chat. Gotta get over that 23.3 on the Russell. See if we can bid off this 0.8. Failure for buyers to try to, if they fail to hold here and bid off, then we go down to fill that FEG below at 16s. So we really want to see this be defended. Not looking so hot. Need to see a pushback over 20.8, or this is just going to be a retest and reoffer on the Russell. I personally am not going to be looking for like short continuation until I see Russell under ADR and this not show as like the low. Just out of principle. I don't take shorts at ADR. I look for longs. We've now attempted twice and have made money. I have 2 contracts left. I'll look for a rebid at 20.8. Just trading the Russell edges. We want to see this bid off or I close. And then I leave a runner for a higher low. The volume profile? So you're asking, Cheetos? This is visible range volume profile, so it's only going to show the volume off of the candles that are on my chart currently being displayed. So I can get some very micro levels of like inflection points just by kind of seeing the spread off of like what's visible, right? So I can see like where volume was traded, where our LVNs are, where I'm looking for structure to basically like bid from. And then I use a daily profile as well, but we're too zoomed in right now for that to be visible. But I have that on over on the left, and I just look at a developing POC for that. And then we're just using delta candles for as another volume indicator. If you want to,
Apple ramps up Vision Pro production, aims for a February launch.
so you use the daily to find zones and VRPP to check live volume. Yes, I use our daily volume profile for our larger structure. And then I use VRVP to find potential areas where I'm looking for price to bounce or reject. Basically just like a volume. How do I? Yeah, I think that's probably good. Yeah. Because like what we're looking for here, the way that I use this is that I'm now watching this area for a push below and then a pop down, or a push above or a pop up. And then I watch on the DOM for these reactions as well. And I know that most of the volume's been traded here. So I need to see a push above this level of this node and then a bid off of this for continuation up. And I know that if we push below this, that most of the buyers are now off sides, and then we'll look for this to then be the offer, right, on this node edge. And then we will push back down to where buyers were previously. So for me, I just look at it as like the auction that we're currently trading within, and then I just scalp around that. And then I have indicators that auto draw on the higher time frame of like where our nodes are and everything. Oops, I didn't mean to delete that. So for like me, like I'm seeing that Delta is making higher lows. We held ADR on the Russell. We found a bottom. That's the indication for me where it's like, okay, I need to be risked off shorts and I need to be either looking for longs from the lows or waiting for this to invalidate, right? There's clearly a participant that we are able to play with right now, in which I am playing with. And like we need to wait for either a strong rejection and a right back into this supply above, or we look for a continuation under this. Until then, I'm going to play with this guy who's looking for the longs with me. And we just rejected into supply on NQ. I have one runner left on the Russell from 2018. And we look to risk off into 31s until that becomes supportive. This is an ORL rejection. We have a previous low, day open, all of that. We expect a seller to aggressively try to defend this level until we can push above and hold it as supportive. Then we can trade back up to ETH and then our high of our FEG and VWAP. Until then, we expect our seller to try to be positioned here. Again, if you're playing Russell ADR with me, this is your first real risk off until we get a showing that we want to accept over 31s and then push back into Globex low. Just be careful, move stops up, or we could be getting a pullback down to 24. Yeah, 24 on the Russell, Robert. That would just be a pushback down to are halfway back. I just am looking to see on this if we reject supply here and fail to get back over ORL, you look for a move back down to this node, and then we look for a pop and continuation on failure, right? Like that it's just a retest to see if buyers are still willing, or if this is just a bit of a relief from shorts. We need to see if real buyers are here. So to me, I either only want to be transacting on a clear hold of this low and then a pop. And if we can see acceptance at ORL, we can probably trade this to ORM, which would be to ETH low, basically. So I'm just looking for acceptance either back above opening range low or acceptance below for a pushback down to this liquidity here at this node. Or continuation. That's not what I meant to delete. Later, man. Hopefully you had a good day. It was rough. I think for a lot of you, just patience-wise. Hopefully you did okay. And I will see you on Friday. There's your failure at ORL. You want to see buyers try to step in here at this 24 to 20 area, just to hold this node. This is your first like real test. Same for ES off of this 69.75 to 73. You want to see buyers here. If we push below this, we're no longer holding higher lows, and we're no longer seeing value being found at a higher point. And so you have to be a bit more careful with speculative buys here, because if we push below this and then it goes offer, then we get continuation down. So this is like really the only area I'm interested in, other than trying at the lows again, if we were going to get continuation. And then we look for the pushback above 24s here in this blue box, or a pushback above 73.50 for confirmation on the rebid. We have to see the buyer first before we can initiate. $24 is holding offers as of right now from our 20.8 bounce. Need to see a push above that and then a hold for confirmation, or that is just going to continue to be resistant. And then we look for a potential low at the double bottom at 15.7. So you really need to see a lift above that and then a bid. Oh boy. What a long day. Pushing down into 2015-7, see if they double bottom us on the Russell or if we need to fill this structure that we have below us. If this doesn't hold, then we look for lower and I wait. If this holds and we get a bid, we risk off into 24s. So just waiting now. Need to see the delta also show a low, or this will continue to fall. So again,
looking
we need a
again
push
at the
above
early
this
market on close
15.7
imbalance,
and then a hold.
722 million to the sell side.
We don't want to see acceptance below ADR. That leads to much more downside, so this is important. Nice. Now hold it. Wrist off one here. Wrist off two. One runner. With VRVP, what data does it calculate? Does it calculate candles on display? Yes, it's the visible range. It is showing you the volume for the candles that are visible within on my screen. The data and how it calculates it is not open source. It is a TradingView exclusive. It is probably not done with PineScript. They're probably calculating it a different way. They have not showed how they calculate. I just got stopped out of my runner there. Let's see if 15.7 holds. Regardless, though, I'm out of this trade, but we do look for a higher low here. Again, failure to find a low at this bottom on the Russell leads for like the ability for a lot more downside if we start finding acceptance below ADR. For upside continuation, I will be watching for like ES. I need to see that bid above 73.50 and then hold. I need to see that bid above 24s and then hold. Right? Until then, like we just trade the edge low and look for acceptance. But when we are looking at it in our chart, the VRP calculates only the candles being displayed on our screen. Yes, only what's calculated on your screen. So like, do you see how my profile right now only goes to 8250? But if I scroll out a bit more, all of a sudden we have more volume data. Right. So if all I care about is what is happening within this node, right, then that's all I care about, right? That's I need to have an understanding of like where we are structurally on a larger time frame, but I can find areas I care about, and then I can then watch how we build out this node and then trade the edges of this node. Does that make sense? So I get a much more granular look at the price action, and then also how like inventory is being pushed inside this area as well. And all we're looking for is, this is kind of the philosophy, is we have a distribution. We are looking for acceptance at the highs. We're looking for acceptance at the lows. Or we're looking for price to oscillate around these two areas. Right? And so what I watch for is at these lows, do we see a push, a retest into where buyers were previously, and then a acceptance below outside of this? And then I'll look for areas above, like this, for example. And now all of a sudden we can calculate where we're going to hit our heads, right? So I'll put one out like here, and then we have another node drawn like this. And then I know that if we can find, if price can build, let's say above this 82 to, yeah, like right here, we're looking for acceptance above here, and then we can look for a move back up to fill this structure back up to this edge. So then these would be like my levels, just rough, but like I would then be looking for price to kind of gravitate back towards this node. Or look for continuation down. Russell rejecting our edge here at that 2015-7. Again, if any failure of like to keep maintaining these higher lows, I fully expect price to kind of drift down to this like 204 area.
US stocks extending their fall, with the Dow Jones now down by 1%.
Um, we've kind of gone over this a bit, but the way that I look at it is we'll be watching, like the short answer is yes. Let me go to a clean chart here and then put one on. So the way that I look at it, is I mean I basically do the same drawings as I just did before to explain this, but we have a node here and we have a node here. Go to a 5-minute for this just to get the larger nodes out of the way, and then I'll All right, so what I'm looking for is how price reacts at these edges of these areas, right? We're highlighting these edges. But also, once we're in here, I'm watching to see if this turns into like a singular auction in that sense, where we're watching this entire shape to build out into an overall. But like, how to look at it, do I think that like when we're building on a smaller time frame, like a lowercase b, it's going to be very hard to put much confidence into that distribution, like what we're doing right now, to like say this is either like a bottoming, right? Because this means nothing in the larger scheme of things,
Looking again now to the early
right?
market on close imbalance, still sitting at 722 million to the sell side.
Like I'd have to go to a 30-minute and then look at that structure and see what's going on. And so like where we are makes a lot of sense for me to want to try, because this is an important edge, right? So I need to know that and have an understanding of like these pivots, these high volume node edges, to understand where we're going structurally. And then I just look to see from around these areas, what do we look like? What do we, how are we building within the, on the 1 minute, like what does that volume look like compared to where we are in the edge? If I see like a ton of, like we know this is an important edge at this 60, right? Now I'm looking to see where this is like the information that I would be curious about, right? We want to see acceptance back above this. I want to see a push outside of value, and then I need to see value high hold as support or a push out. That's the only kind of thing I care about shape-wise, is where is our POC located? Where is current value being found in this low? And then how are we trading around it? Failure to push here over POC, we look for a rejection of value low, and then we look for continuation down. Does that make sense? Like that's, sorry, that was kind of a roundabout way to go about it, but no one's ever asked that before. So like I'm going to be watching this area now for sellers to offer. But if we push back above, I know that we're most likely going to rotate back up to value high here. And then I watch this area and how we react around it. Yeah, I think you asked a pretty good question. Yeah. We do a lot of like a mixed bag of trading. Like if you look into Trader Dale, he has a ton of information on kind of how to trade smaller fixed range profiles and use them to your advantage to know where you should be looking to put on risk. He has a free book on volume profiles that I think is worth looking at to determine. I think it's a good starting place. Trader Dale. I don't know if his like paid program is any good. I would say probably not, but he has a nice intro book that's a free download. So if you like want to experiment with fixed range profiles, there's a instant download right there of a PDF version. But he references a lot of this kind of stuff. I think what a lot of people don't realize is that when we do drawings like this, we're looking for the look above first and then the retest for entry. Like this, where we are
So looking
currently,
again now
there's
to
no
the early
decision
market on
here.
close imbalance, now sitting at 866 million to the sell side.
Like this is just, you're looking for either a breakout or a breakdown here, but we need to see someone step in and show their hand first. And then we look for the secondary reaction on the look above and retest, or the look below and retest. Then we look for a seller to step in at a lower high, or we look for a buyer to step in at a higher low above the node. And that gives you your rebid or your reoffer. I think it's probably fine to take an initial position here if you have a bias, right? But then it's like, okay, well, where am I looking to have my stop? Like, what's my invalidation if I'm trading here? And for me, I think if I was taking an initial short position from here, you would have to put your stop either at this high, at the top of the range, right? And then we're looking like, okay, I'm fine for a full oscillation and being offsides. Or you have to put it at the most recent higher low, or lower high, and then play off of this seller right above that. And then you're watching to see if we can get our entry in for a push down. And then you add on to that position for continuation. But for me personally, I think that puts on a lot of unneeded risk when we can just wait for a participant to show their hand, especially when we've already created a higher low from a bottoming. Please do this on Tuesday and Thursday too. Buddy, you need to subscribe to our service. Oh, this is too much work for me. Holy. We have another guy named Mario. He goes by Just Dapper, and he does market commentary in Discord on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. So my day's off. If I did this every day, I would lose my mind. So we have someone else who does this stuff. But he is very good and trades the same system as me. We'll continue to be doing these free lives, but they're going to get condensed soon, where I'm going to start doing half days, where you'll get me for maybe the first couple hours in the morning, and then we'll switch over to a private YouTube stream for premium members. It's just not fair to the rest of for the people who are paying, and they deserve my full attention. So, but for right now, we're just trying to like generate interest. So take advantage of it while you can. Genshin Impact. Hell no. But I'm glad you are learning and hopefully making money. These days have been pretty rough, so I'm glad that you guys are sticking with it. Look at all this. Look at all this. Oh no.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance, 1.4 billion to the buy side. So again, market on close imbalance NYSE, 1.4 billion to buy.
Do we see how on retest we get a great entry? Hmm. EOD push. I don't know, man. We'll see. I hope, but you're gonna have a lot of people who are scared after that move. At least maybe a mean reversion back to like VWAP, but I do not know. We have to find acceptance back over Russell ADR before I really care. You can play these higher lows, but geez, it is rough. Yeah. Well, you have a potential for MOC here for end of day imbalance, like the imbalance, right? Now that that's filled, we can see if there. I didn't actually hear what the MOC was. Let me check. It was 1.4 bill buy side. So we'll have to see what happens now that there's some potential for that to get filled and then for a push. But I'm not really looking for much here. I closed a bit early, Cass, but we caught the low and then played that back up. But you can see in chat I posted. Here, let me tag you. I posted my exit at Cass. And then I've just been playing the Russell and the slow. Yeah, Mickey. So the DOM shows you where resting liquidity is. And depending on your DOM, it can also show market buys and sells. It just depends on what kind of data you have. And the tape shows only orders that have gone through, right? Yeah, so we closed shorts a while ago, and then I just played the Russell and I was scalping. Those are the last trades since we closed shorts. held that for way too long, and now we've just been finally having some fun scalping again.
So keep in mind, in 5 minutes' time, at the top of the hour, do get some South Korean PPI data. So again, South Korean PPI year over year, so a prior 0.8%, month over month, a prior minus 0.1%.
And I don't know what platform you're on, but like I think Quant Data has a pretty solid DOM. I think the Trade of It DOM is pretty lackluster, but it gets the job done. If you just want to execute, right? But if you are looking to gather garner more information of like where people are buying and selling, and you're not using a volume profile or a market profile, you're gonna have a really hard time trying to like find. You'd have to be like using a footprint chart as well to kind of be finding where buyers and sellers are. You can't just use the DOM itself or with Trade of It. Whereas like a platform like Quant or what's another one? Sierra. I think that those are probably your better ones. Because they show you
iMoney Net reports that US money
a
market
lot
fund
more
assets
data.
are down $61.41 billion for the week ending December 19th.
Yeah, I mean, I'm most likely not taking another trade today. We have 4 minutes left and we're chopping. Yeah, it definitely has potential to continue. I don't even know what we'd be referencing. I'll have to look. Spy. Yeah, you have a potential buyer here that you can play off of from this low. But like if this fails, right? Which it's already doing, then there's not much. Go to 30-minute. Like this is the only bit of liquidity that you could say is there. Below this, then it can get rough. Because then you just have a
1 minute
structure
remaining
fill.
for the South Korean PPI. I'll be leading with the year over year figure.
So you're looking for a really like this to hold. Because if this doesn't, then we can come down to this edge, this node edge here. Which is, yeah, you got that 65 as well. Right?
10 seconds.
And that's just a full structure repair from the push up from, what was it, CPI? Yeah.
0.6%, 0.6%, month over month at minus 0.4%, minus 0.4%.
But that's close. You see, like on post, we can just go over it extended real quick. There will be an attempt to hold here. I don't know if it does. But like if you, I don't know if you're a member on the server. But what we do is we post larger time frame ideas and plans of what we're looking for. And I update as we go. So if you can't like keep an eye on the stream, then I have points and pivots and where I'm expecting price to push and pull down to. And we also have our larger time frame stuff where we draw out our larger nodes and where price is expected to go. So like for the market outlook, let me pull this up. This is from our newsletter that we put out Sundays. We have that structure fill and the failure for a pushback down to this node that we were just highlighting. And there's just nothing here, right? So you really have to find a buyer here at this 31 to 24 area, or we'll do a full structure repair down into the 700. And we expect a bit of a bounce there, which is what we're coming down into on ES. And then we'll look for a retest. All right, I'm out of here. If you guys could like the YouTube live, it would mean a lot. You could like it. I will be back on Friday at open to stream. Yo, what's up, Bacon? I'm glad you had a good day, man. Yeah, and like again, I closed my short early. Looks like some of you guys kept it open. Congrats. I was fine not having the full move because we caught the edge high, so it doesn't really bother me. I closed my short when we got in. Like we caught most of this move, but we closed here, right? I don't need to capture the rest of this. We then longed and then played it back up with Russell, and that's fine. Right? I just play structure. So there was no reason for me to think that unless some like crazy event was going to happen or some continuation, right? I play from node to node, and that's where I put my risk off, and then I leave runners. So if I get stopped out, I get stopped out after on my runners, and it is what it is. But hopefully everything played out. Looks like our resistance on SPY held. Let's see what happened on QQQ. I don't remember. Did we have? No, we didn't have anything above. Makes sense. Yeah. Okay. All right, I will see you all on Friday. Or in Discord tomorrow. I'll probably post updated levels because we need to figure out where we're going structurally. So I'll do that regardless, but I will not be trading. Alright guys, have a good one. Yeah, I'll be here Friday on YouTube, 9:30ish Eastern for open. I stream usually Monday, Wednesday, Friday for YouTube. I've been streaming more because the person that does my off days has been sick, so I was covering for him. And we also do a free class Mondays after market. You can catch the recording of that and get a better idea of what I look for in my trading philosophy with like volume profiles and whatnot. The VOD of that is on YouTube, marked as Monday after market class, I believe. So you can go check that out. I think it's like an hour and a half of content. That'll keep you busy in the meantime. All right. You guys have a good one. Peace.